Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be the MC for the day. Our visiting artist for the week, I believe, is Rafi Ajl. He's here with his team and the Hot Shop team. They'll be producing work similar to the one there on the podium on the right side of the Hot Shop. We're at a point in the process where they have gathered up glass at the end of that rod. They're going to continue to gather until they have the desired amount to be able to blow that bubble out into the mold. So within these buckets here in the hot shop are molds. The molds are made from wood and they're soaking in water. The water will help when the hot glass touches the material. So Rafi is an artist based in Berkeley, California, who is obsessed with with form and process. He's driven by the possibilities of materiality, an insatiable curiosity, and a reverence for the pressure of the creative process. So as they work today, I'll let you guys know what's happening step by step. And if you guys have any questions, again, my name's Emily. Feel free to ask. Um, Where they gather the glass from, which is the furnace, are these silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. Can we see the furnace diagram? So at the bench there, he'll use his block to cool down those outer layers. The block is a hollowed out piece of fruit wood that's been soaking in water. The glass is orange only because it's hot. When they dip into the furnace to gather glass, that furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees. And then when they reheat the glass in these reheating chambers in front of the benches where they are now, that reheating chamber it's rests at 2,300 degrees, and so when they blow it out it won't be this really beautiful orange color. It's just glowing, it's clear for now. So they dip that molten hot glass into the mold. He's blowing into the end of the pipe, and when he caps it, that bubble will expand. Eventually, he won't be able to add any more air into the pipe, so he'll know that's when he needs to stop and come out of the mold. For those of you who are just joining us, as you can see, we're working on a piece similar to the one here on the podium. It doesn't have any color, it's clear, it's just glowing a bit because it's hot. Rafi Ajl and his team are here creating in the hot shop as visiting artists. So now we're at the point in the process where we're going to remove this initial piece from the pipe we started on to a transfer rod, and then we'll park it in the garage. The garage is that silver oven there where items will rest until we're ready to rework them into the process. We're going to make another one of these type of forms, and then we're going to stick them together. A little water on the surface of the glass will tap it and it'll release the piece from the rod. If you all are ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. So you can always watch what's happening at museumofglass.org under the hot shop tab on our website. So to start the process to create another form, they'll use the steel rod and they'll dip into the furnace. As you can see, dipping into the furnace, it's kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. Once he stabilizes the glass by rotating it on the table there, he'll set it up and then he'll blow into the end of the rod to create a bubble. So Rafi is here manipulating one of the molds. These molds, they're what they blow the glass into to take this form. He is a Berkeley, California based artist, and he's obsessed with the form and process. He's driven by the possibilities of materiality and an insatiable curiosity and a reverence for the pressure of the creative process. Can we please see some of Rafi's past works? If you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see some of his past works. He'll be here through Friday creating with his team and the Hot Shop team. So this oven here will hold pieces where they can be held at a steady temperature. It's warm enough to stabilize it, but it's not hot enough to where the glass will continue to melt. For the cooler side's about 800 degrees, and the hotter side's about 1,000 degrees, and that's cool for glass. And then they'll start again gathering up more glass to be able to create another form. You'll be able to see them blow into the mold in a moment. Can we see the furnace diagram? So our furnaces are the silver tanks with the doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. So we're at the point in the process where they've gathered up some more glass. At the bench there, they'll stabilize the fresh gather. He's using papers, which is just a stack of folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, and that'll allow him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. It's a nice intimate tool for shaping, and he'll shield his arm with a paddle because whenever the piece is glowing, it's well above, probably still above 2,000 degrees, so super duper hot. They have to gather up enough glass from the furnace to be able to dip it into the mold here on the ground and blow it out. The glass is this really pretty glowing orange color only because it's hot. When it cools down, it'll be clear. The reheating chambers in front of the benches where they continue to stick that glass into, those are powered by natural gas and forced air as well. They're only designed to reheat the glass, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process. Rafi Ajl is here with us. He's the man in the all white. He's here with his team and the Hot Shop team to create his work. He is based in Berkeley, California, and he's here as a visiting artist this week to create with the Museum of Glass. Over the weekend, we will have some hands-on events and activities here in the hot shop. We'll be making paperweights. That's a hands-on experience. And then they'll also have experiences in the education studio. So if you ever have any interest, be sure to go to museumofglass.org and click on the programs and workshops tabs if you ever would like to create here on the hot shop floor or within the education studio. So at the bench there, as he uses his block is designed to cool down those outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. The blocks are hollowed out pieces of fruit wood. Fruit wood's great because it's durable and it's common in the area, so that's why they use it. And what the purpose of blocking the glass is to keep the walls nice and even and keeping that core hot. So when you blow into the glass, the piece expands evenly. You always want for your walls to be even to have a great piece in the end. they can move to the next step, they just have to let the glass stabilize and chill. So we have to just kind of wait here for a moment, and then we'll go to the next step. To all my youth visitors here in the hot shop today, be sure to check out our Kids Design Glass program. There should be some Kids Design Glass submission forms in the Grand Hall. If you're 12 and younger, I encourage you to apply to submit a drawing, and if your drawing is selected, then you'll be called by the hot shop team, and you'll be called back here to the museum with your family, and the hot shop team will create two pieces from your drawing, whatever you create. They'll create two of the pieces, and one will go home with you and your family, and then one will stay in our permanent collection. So as you can see in the art alley, as you go around the museum today, we have some of our past Kids Design Glass contest winners. So be sure to find the Kids Design Glass form in the museum in the Grand Hall, and it's for youth 12 and younger. It's designed to inspire you all to create like the fine artists do here in the hot shop. For those of you who are just visiting, just got into the hot shop, welcome. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, feel free to ask. Rafi Ajl is here with us through Friday Creating in the hot shop. We're working on a piece right now that'll be similar to the object here on the podium. We already created one piece which will consist as the top, and then they're going to blow out another piece similar to the one here on the podium and connect the two pieces together. On the big screen there, we're just allowing the glass to cool itself down before they add more glass around the end of the rod. They're going to dip into the furnace and gather more molten hot glass around this bubble. And again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. My name is Emily. So he dipped into the furnace and he gathered up some more glass out of the furnace. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As he rotates that rod, that glass contains a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself as he rotates. If you're ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, you can live stream the process. So we live stream from 10 to 5 p.m. and you can find that at museumofglass.org under the hot shop tab. Rafi Ajl is here with us. This is Rafi filling up the buckets here in the hot shop. He said we have to gather one more gather of glass around the end of this rod, and then we'll be a little closer to dipping it into the mold and blowing it out. It's going to be really big because that's a lot of glass at the end of that rod over there. We've already created a top piece that's similar to the piece there on the podium on the right side of the hot shop. Rafi's is a California-based artist, but he's here through Friday with the team and with his team and the hot shop team to create his work. Artists apply to come and work here in the hot shop due to the facility as well as the team. They hold a lot of knowledge. We have really big reheating chambers, and so they're able to create. They can go large in scale, or they can help, the hot shop team can help streamline process. Can we see some of his past works? So dipping into that furnace, the glass within that furnace, let's talk about the reheating chamber first. As they go into that reheating chamber, it just reheats the glass. That reheating chamber is powered by natural gas and forced air, and during the process, it rests at about 2,300 degrees to keep the glass nice and hot. As he shapes the glass there at the bench, he's using his papers. His papers are just a stack of newspaper that have been folded up and soaked in water. And you'll see that they're shielding his arm because that glass is really large, so it's closer to his skin. And so it's probably well above, like, let's say maybe about 2,000 degrees at this point in the process. So they'll shield him. So when they place the glass inside of this wooden mold, it doesn't catch on fire because it's been soaking in water. And the water helps protect the glass as well as the mold. So there's going to be a lot of steam you'll see. And the steam helps carry away the hot water and then pulls in the cold water. And that process will continue. So we are creating a piece similar to the one here on the podium. It won't have any color. As they gather up the glass, they've already gathered it up. They have to wait before they're able to gather again. And then they'll dip it into this wooden mold here and blow it out. So it'll be a larger scale version of the piece here on the podium with no color. So they made it by similar to the piece here. It just was smaller. So they gathered up glass at the end of the rod, and then they blew the glass into a mold that's similar to this really big one here on the hot shop floor. And you'll see it when they take it out of the garage. It'll function as the top piece for this larger scale piece here at the end of the rod. So now they have some assistants moving this piece because it's so heavy that it's kind of hard for one person to pick that pipe up on their own. They'll use the block to cool those outer layers down that they just gathered up. And then the next step will be to dip into the mold here to blow this piece out. Rafi Ajl is here with us creating in the hot shop this week. He brought his team, and we also have the hot shop team. This is the second part of the piece that they're creating today. The first part was already mold blown, and we placed it in the garage where it'll rest until they're ready to take it out and add it to the top portion of this bubble that they're going to place placed into the mold here on the hot shop floor. And then back into the reheating chamber to give the body of the piece a flash. These reheating chambers in the hot shop are powered by natural gas and forced air. They only contain heat. There's no molten glass in the reheating chambers, and they rest at 2,300 degrees. So this block that they're using to cool down those outer layers, it's great for shaping the glass as well as keeping the core hot. So when they're ready to blow the piece out, it'll all expand evenly, which is very important. So for all my youth visitors that are here today in the hot shop, can we see the kids design glass slide? Be sure to to check out the kids design glass station in the grand hall. This program is designed for you to submit your artwork for kids age 12 and under. Draw your original idea, submit your drawing with an entry form, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team will choose a monthly winner. And then the winner and the family are invited to watch their creation be made here in the hot shop out of glass. And two will be created. One will be sent home with the family, and one will stay on our permanent collection to go on to exhibit over time. So be sure to find the kids design glass forms while you're here with us today, and you don't have to submit it today. You can always mail it in at a different time. Just make sure it makes it back to the Museum of Glass. So with the air gun, he's cooling it down in certain areas. I have a great question of how do you know when you're ready to go into the mold? Well, you have to make sure the glass is stable in certain areas. Mold blowing might look easy, but it's very tricky, especially when it's this large in scale. And so they have to make sure it's stable in certain areas. It can't be too hot at the end of the rod. If they dip into the mold and it's too hot, gravity will pull it. And because it's so heavy, it'll pull it even quicker already. So there's a lot of details that how you have to account for in order to properly go into the mold and blow into it to have a successful outcome. So he's blowing into the end of the pipe to expand that bubble. Eventually, he won't be able to blow any more air into the end of the rod, and that'll indicate that he needs to come out of the mold. So now we'll go into the reheating chamber to give the body of the piece a flash. It's really important that that connection point that he's heating stays nice and evenly heated during the process. We don't want the connection point to the piece to get too cold and crack, so that's why he's torching it with that torch. So as he carves into the end of the rod there, what he's doing is he's creating some tension. So when they're ready to release the piece from this pipe to a transfer rod, they'll be able to put water on that carved in line of tension, and it'll help release the glass from the rod. There's always events and activities happening here at Museum of Glass. Next month, April 18th and 19th, we'll have Joint Venture, which will highlight different artists from around the area creating glass bongs and rigs here in the hot shop. They'll have flame working and furnace worked created. So if you have any interested in learning about soft glass pipes and borosilicate rigs, be sure to mark your calendars for a joint venture. That'll be the weekend of April 20th. And if you're ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday at museumofglass.org under the hot shop tab from 10 to 5 p.m. So now we're preparing to transfer this piece here in the middle of the hot shop off of the rod. The transfer piece is being created there on the left side of the hot shop. As you can see, Ben and Sarah are preparing the transfer rod. So we're going to take this piece off of the initial blowpipe, and then they're going to place a smaller piece on top of this larger piece. The smaller piece is similar to the one here on the podium that they already created earlier today. It doesn't have any color, it's just clear. Rafi Ali and his team are here working with the Hot Shop team to create his work. He's a Berkeley, California based artist, and he's here through Friday. He's driven by the possibilities of materiality and an insatiable curiosity and a reverence for the pressure of the creative process. He believes there is an infinite world in every object and looks to push the edges and find breaking points. So Rafi's here in the all white, and yeah, and everyone else is his team, and then you have the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So now they'll put a little hole into the end of the bottom so there's access to the blowpipe. He'll heat this tungsten rod and then drill into the material. So he'll connect that transfer rod. Once he connects the transfer rod, they'll allow that glass to stiffen up. So as it cools down, it becomes stiffer. Once it's stiff enough, they'll remove it from the initial pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. So as you can see, when it doesn't stiffen up, or because this piece is so heavy, maybe it was stiff enough, but it's still slumped all the way over. It's a big piece. It's a lot of work that they're doing, a lot of hard work. So as they go back into this reheating chamber, it's only designed to heat the glass. There's no molten hot glass within that chamber. It rests at about 2,300 degrees during the process. So, great question is why do they heat the bag and then place it into the reheating chamber? So, the connection point goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. So, what they're doing is they're making sure that the piece is all the way evenly heated throughout. So, that's why they're heating the connection point, so the end of the rod. And now he's carving into the glass, he's creating another line of tension. This line of tension is how they were able to break this piece off of the pipe when they transferred it. So it's creating a weak point in the material. This is important so they'll be able to remove the piece from the pipe. So now that they've taken the top portion of this piece out of the garage where it was resting, they're heating the very top portion of this piece to be able to place it on top. And then after that, we'll prepare to remove this piece from the rod. For those of you who just joined us, welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. We have Rafi Ajl here working with his team and the Hot Shop team to produce his work. He's a California-based artist, but he's here working with us through Friday. So I have a great question. The question is, what is the machine that they keep putting the glass in? And that's the reheating chamber. Can we see the reheating chamber diagram? So the glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're only used to reheat the glass to keep them from breaking, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process to keep the glass nice and hot. Thank you. They're going to continue to make sure that the glass stays warm, and they're shaping the top so they're able to add the second piece onto the top of this large mold blown piece that they've already created. So Rafi, he has on all white here on the right side of the hot shop. He's the artist that's visiting that applied to come and work in the hot shop over the next couple days. Can we see some of Rafi's past works? So now they'll connect the top. Can we take the camera back to the hot shop floor? So now they'll connect the top, and then with a little water, he'll put water over the surface of the glass and then knock it off to remove that extra pipe. For all my youth visitors in the audience that are 12 and younger, you guys be sure to find the Kids Design Glass submission forms in the Grand Hall. Kids Design Glass is created to inspire you all to create like the fine artists do here in the Hot Shop. And if you submit a drawing to the Kids Design Glass contest and your drawing is selected, the Hot Shop team will call you and your family back here to the museum, and two pieces will be created. So one will go home with you and your family, and one will stay in our permanent collection to go on display, similar to the pieces in the art alley. So be sure to take a Kids Design Glass form home, and you can mail your slip back in, your submission form back in, or you can drop it off at a different point in time. It looks like we're slowly preparing to put this piece into an annealing oven. So this is an annealing oven, and the black boxes here on the hot side of the Hot Shop are annealing ovens. Glass has to go into an oven to cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. So they're suited up to be able to catch this piece off the pipe. The piece is probably well, above 2,000 degrees still during the process, or even when they knock it off the pipe. And so they have on protective gear to be able to shield them, and then they're going to place it in the annealing oven. Alrighty. Put a little water on that connection point. The water will create thermal shock, and when they tap the pipe, the vibrations will release it. All right, let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. It'll go into the oven here in the hot shop. That's Rafi Ajl and the hot shop team and his team here working with us. We'll place it in the oven, and that is how they're created. Let's give them one more big, big round of applause. Can we please see some of Rafi's past works? So in just a moment, they will start to do it all again. Let's give them a moment to get some water, get reorganized, and then you guys will be able to see how they're started. For all of the youth I have in the audience, I think it would be actually great to see the kids design glass video. I have a lot of school tours with us here today in the hot shop. So when you're able, can we please see the kids design glass video?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the hot shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old. And, you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So the process, it'll consist of adding color to the clear glass. We're gonna make a piece similar to the one here on the podium. These are mold blown forms. And so he's picked up some color at the end of his bar there, and now as he opens that door on the oven there, that's a furnace. With his steel rod, he'll dip into the furnace and rotate that rod to gather up glass. Once he gathers the glass, he'll stabilize the glass on the table and blow into the rod to create a bubble. We have to add color into the process because although he comes out of the furnace and it looks orange, it's clear when it cools down. It's just hot. That furnace rests at about 2100 degrees. Currently, he's heating up color bar in the reheating chamber. This is how we will add color to the clear glass that we gather from the furnace. Rafi Ajl is here with his team and the Hot Shop team through Friday to create his work. And if you're interested in what's happening through Friday or the end of the week, we live stream the process Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. at museumofglass.org. under the Hot Shop tab. So now that we've laid color over that bubble, they're going to heat it up and stretch it all the way back towards the end of the rod. And then they'll gather some more glass around the end of this rod, and when they're ready, when they're able, they'll blow it into a mold. But that's going to be in a few gathers from now. So now that he's gathered more glass around the end of the rod there, he'll use his block to stabilize that hot glass and cool it down. That block's a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. This allows him to cool those outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. So when he blows into the end of the rod, the entire piece will expand evenly. So whenever he plucks at the bubble, that's to remove the extra, or whenever he plucks at the glass, he's just removing bubbles. They don't really want bubbles ideally in the glass. So he'll pull them out and then he'll cut off the extra material. Rafi Ajl is here with us through Friday. Can we please see some of his past works? Rafi's an artist based in Berkeley, California, who's obsessed with form and process. He's driven by the possibilities of materiality and an insatiable curiosity and a reverence for the pressure of the creative process. He believes that there is an infinite world in every object and looks to push the edges and find breaking points. And so as he works here with his team and the Hot Shop team, we're delighted to be able to watch the process of how he creates here in the Hot Shop. So we're going to make a piece that's similar to the size on the podium here. We'll probably cut it close to about the 1 o'clock hour. Then after that, we'll go off and take a lunch break for about 1 hour. Then we come back and we do it all again until 5. Thank you. So when they're ready, they'll dip it into the mold here at the hot shop, and then when he blows into the end of the rod, it'll expand into that mold. Eventually, he won't be able to add any more air into the end of the rod, and that's when he'll know he's ready to come out. So we'll connect the transfer rod. As it cools down, it'll chill and it'll stiffen up. The glass starts really soft, and as it gets cold, it gets very, very stiff. So once it stiffens up just enough, they're gonna add water to the right side of the pipe, the glass. As he lays water over it, thermal shock will set in. As it sets in, they'll tap the pipe and release the piece. Now they'll make sure that the whole piece is evenly flashed. They're gonna clean up that detachment area, and then we'll place it in the garage where it'll be held at a steady temperature. Alrighty, it'll go into the annealing oven. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today here in the hot shop. We have Rafi Ajl working with his team. Yeah, give him a big round of applause. And we'll see you guys in about 1 hour.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of a spherical element, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back into my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're, you know, self-soothing, you know. So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balconies there.
The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got A lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month actually at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glass making through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop.
Pulling?
Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you don't really have, you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay?
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel?
Good.
Okay.
A little bit of everything?
Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup?
Yes.
Yeah, left side. Can you do one more? Yeah, I got it. Take.
Yay, Sarah, that's a great one.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glassblowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I wanted to try, I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. But that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Is having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning it up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful.
No. Yeah, so now we're gonna put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out of style, in style, and back in style. Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. And go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm gonna get out real quick. Hui. Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens there. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame working stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself, And then, you know, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. You know, I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors and, you know, with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But you know, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic. And then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like, it's not funky enough, you know? So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy and then maybe off center a little bit. And then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and cane, and then the Encalmo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, is that pink or is that opaque?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first color type effect. And then also like planning to like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation. So we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make Marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pour surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides, so I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studios, I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondels for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondels. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondels with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondels we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it'd be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack. That's where they are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Yeah.
We've been trying.
Yeah.
No success?
We've had some turned brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color up. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice.
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pulse. We'll get better.
Exactly. And for poles, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big.
Yeah, 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right? This smallish thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I was just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with our neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like radicello and merletto, the filigrana patterns, and I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. The patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the radicello and all the marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand. So when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I started glass blowing, I always do figurative objects because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character that based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's gonna be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned. And I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Roman, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. We have Rafi Ajl visiting here with his team, and he's working with the Hot Shop team through Friday. They are creating these very large scale and normal scale mold blown pieces. So before lunch, we created a piece similar to the one here on the podium. And that'll be placed, well, they might be placing it over a large scale piece that they blow, a big bubble they blow into a mold. But we'll see exactly what they're doing. I'll let you guys know what's happening during the process. And if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. My name's Emily. Once again, I'll be happy to answer your questions. And again, we have Rafi Ajl here. He is a Berkeley, California-based artist, born and raised in New York, but he comes from California now, and he's obsessed with the form and process. He's driven by the possibilities of materiality and an insatiable curiosity and a reverence for the pressure of the creative process. He believes that there's an infinite world in every object, and he looks to push the edges and find the breaking points. And you'll definitely see that here in the hot shop today. The larger scale mold blown piece that they made was huge, like probably at least 3 feet tall. So pretty big, pushing the bounds, and that's what it's all about, working here in the hot shop with the team. Artists apply to come and work here in the hot shop due to the materials that we have, and the hot shop team, they hold a lot of knowledge about the material, collectively over 100 years of information about the material. So within these within these buckets, there are different molds, and they're soaking in water. They're wooden molds, and so when they wrap them around the glass, or when they stick the glass into this wrap, they'll blow into it to take the shape. They don't catch on fire because they've been soaking in water. So as the process gets started, I'll let you guys know exactly what's happening. So the process will start by heating up these steel rods. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So as they get those rods warm, if you look up on the big screen there, you'll see she's rotating that transparent rod of color bar. This is how they will add color to the process to get a solid finish. That's color bar. That's one way we apply color, and that we have to apply color while we're working because all of the glass that we start with within the furnace is clear. So can we see the furnace diagram? As you can see, he's dipped into the furnace. He's gathered up some glass. It looks orange only because it's hot. The furnace, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. And then from there, they'll go in and out of the reheating chambers to reheat that glass that they gather up. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The reheating chambers in front of the benches are only designed to reheat the glass. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're used to reheat the glass, and they rest at 2,300 degrees while they're working. Thank you. So on the weekends here at Museum of Glass, we often have hands-on workshops, and so if you're ever interested in coming down onto the floor and creating something, we have the Hilltop Artists alumni leading workshops by the Furnace experiences, and then we also have workshops within the education studio, like learning how to apply cold glass to glass that then will be baked in an oven. And then if you're ever interested in what's happening under the cone, what they're doing here in the hot shop, you can always log on to museumofglass.org and watch the process. We live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. And then next week, in celebration of 420, the 18th and the 19th, we'll have soft glass pipes and borosilicate rigs in the hot shop. So we'll have different stations of artists flame working, making different types of rigs on the torch, really elaborate torch work. And then they'll also be making bongs from the furnaces. So the glass within the hot shop is different from like pipes and stuff like that, pipes and dab rigs, and so you'll see the difference. One you do on a tabletop torch, and then the bongs you can make from the actual glass within the furnaces. So that'll be April 18th and April 19th. It's a joint venture happening here for the weekend of 420. So if you have any interest in how those type of items are made, be sure to follow us. You can follow us on Instagram, or you can become a member of our newsletter, or you can become a member of the museum, and we'll always push out everything, all the events and activities happening here at Museum of Glass. So as you can see, he's gathered up some more glass and stabilized it. He's also blown into the end of that rod to expand the bubble. You have to have the right amount of glass gathered to be able to blow into a mold. You need to fill the mold to capture whatever the mold looks like. You have to have the right amount of glass gathered at the end of the rod. Dipping into that furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As they rotate these rods, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. The cloth-like material that he's using to shape the glass, it's a stack of newspaper that's been soaked in water and folded up. That allows him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand, but not really. So when they gather the glass from the furnaces, they'll go back to the bench and use that hollowed out piece of fruit wood, those blocks. So they take those blocks out of the bucket of water, and then they will it'll help them stabilize and shape those outer layers of glass. The blocks are ideal for shaping because they keep the core nice and hot while cooling down those outer layers, so when they blow into the end of the rod, the whole piece expands evenly. And that's really important when you're building and gathering. You always want the walls to be even. If you have uneven thickness in the walls, then it doesn't make for a good piece in the end. So when they strip the glass off into the bucket as he's doing now, you can recycle that glass. If the glass touches the floor, if it contains color, you can't recycle it because all of the glass within the furnace is clear. And it's better, the reason why they strip it is because it's better to gather in a full rotation and allow some to fall off than it is to gather halfway. It'll create a crease within the glass, and you don't want that. So that's why he's allowing it to strip off into the bucket. He just needs to eliminate some of the extra material he picked up. We're getting closer to being able to dip into the mold and blow the piece out, but not yet, so stick with us. We're almost there. And now with his jacks, he'll carve into the material. If you look up at the big screen there, you can kind of see him carving in a line of tension. This is a reference point. It indicates the end of the rod and the beginning of the piece. We have to create a weak spot in the glass so we're able to transfer it from this rod to an additional rod at a different point in the process to be able to clean up this side. So because that bubble portion has to stabilize itself, that connection point that he's currently hitting with the little torch, we want that area to stay nice and warm, so that way we don't want thermal shock to set in there. That area also goes into the reheating chamber last, and it comes out first when they flash the piece. So that's why he's torching it with that little torch. We're gonna let it chill. We're gonna gather again, and then after this next gather, they're gonna blow it into the mold. Rafi Ajl is here with us in the hot shop through Friday with his team creating his work. We're gonna dip back into the furnace to gather up some more glass. So as the gather size grows, the blocks do as well. And so as you can see, this is just a larger scale block. It's a larger piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. So he's just airing it in certain places to help it cool down a bit. You have to have the glass at there has to be a really happy medium in order to be able to get into the mold, and it's not too hot at the very end of the rod, so they have to be nice and chill, not too hot at the bottom, and so they have to make sure all the specs are proper before they dip into the mold to be able to blow the piece out. So as he blows into the end of the rod, he'll know when he can no longer add any more air into the body of the piece because he won't be able to blow. That is when he knows it's almost time to come out of the mold. So now with this hot torch, he'll just hit it in certain areas and then flatten the bottom. The next step will be to take the piece off of this pipe we started on to a transfer rod to be able to clean up the top. And then they made another piece similar to the one here on the podium. We're gonna stick a piece similar to this on top of the piece we're creating now. So as he cinches the glass, what he's doing is he's creating a weak point in the material, so they're able to remove the glass from this pipe. And they're after they create that weak point, when they're ready, they'll be able to lay a little water in that crevice and then pop the piece off onto a transfer rod. He has a transfer rod ready here on the left side of the hot shop. For those of you who are just joining us, we have Rafi Ajl and his hot shop team and our Museum of Glass hot shop team working over the next couple of days. He's our visiting artist creating his work here with us. As you can see, this piece is a pretty good size. We're going to add another piece on the top after we transfer it off of this rod. There's one more piece that'll be stacked. So they torch the in portion of the rod because that portion goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. So that's why they continue to hit it with those fluffy torches. They want to make sure that that portion is also as evenly heated as the rest of the piece. So now that we've connected a transfer rod, he's going to put a little water over the surface of the glass, and when thermal shock sets in, he'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will help release the glass. So Rafi Ajl is an artist based in Berkeley, California, who is obsessed with form and process. Can we see some of Rafi's past works? He's driven by the possibilities of materiality and an insatiable curiosity and a reverence for the pressures of the creative process. He believes that there is an infinite world in every object, and he looks to push the edges and find the breaking points. You can follow Rafi and learn more about him there at his Instagram handle. Him and his team are up working with the Hot Shop team through Friday. So they opened up the side of the piece because there's an additional piece inside of the annealing oven coming up to temp. They're going to take that out and add it to the side of the sculpture. So as they go in and out of this oven, they have to flash the piece. They only have so long outside of this annealing oven that they can rest without reflashing the piece within the oven. The annealing oven, the reheating chambers rest at about 2,300 degrees during the process. So now they're suited up to be able to catch this piece off the pipe. They're going to put it onto the cart and then put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. All right, that's the last flash, and now we're going to prep to remove it from the rod and place it in the oven. So as he just tightens up this weak point, he'll then put water in this area. He'll put a little water, thermal shock will set in, and then when he taps the pipe, the vibrations will release the glass. Let's give Rafi Ajl and the Hot Shop team and his team a big round of applause. He'll open the oven doors. It'll go into this annealing oven here where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Let's give them one more big round of applause. Clap it up. And that is how a piece is created here in the hot shop. And in just a moment, they'll do it all again. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Let's allow them to get some water, take a quick little break, and then we're going to come back and start the whole process over. So the process will start by picking up some color bar. Color bar is how we'll add color to the surface of the glass. It's transparent and it's very, very faint, so you won't see it a ton during the process. So hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. As they dip into the furnaces here within the hot shop, they'll rotate the rod and gather up some glass. They're going to create a connection point to lay the color over the connection point. They'll blow into it and create a bubble. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace is here within the hot shop. This is where all the molten hot glass is held. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass while resting at 2,100 degrees. So that cloth-like material he'll use to shape the glass is just a stack of folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. It's a great tool to shape the glass, almost as if he's using his bare hand. The steel rods are not the best conductors of heat, but they will start to get warm as they continue to dip into those furnaces and reheating chambers. So they'll take it over to the pipe cooler to cool it down, and then back to the bench to block up the glass. Those blocks they use to stabilize those outer layers are hollowed out pieces of fruit wood that have been soaking in water. The blocks are ideal for shaping because they cool those outer layers down while keeping the core nice and hot, so when they blow into the rod, the bubble expands evenly. And that's what you want. You want for the walls of the bubble to expand evenly. Can we please see some of Rafi's past works? Rafi, he's actually in all white here on the left side of the hot shop, and he's an artist that's based in Berkeley, California. He brought his team up that works with him down in California to work with us here in the hot shop today, and he's obsessed with form and process. He's driven by the possibilities of materiality, an insatiable curiosity, and a reverence for the pressure of the creative process. As you see that unfold here, he'll be here working with the team through Friday. And if you can't make it back, you can always watch the process on the live stream. We live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. And that's at museumofglass.org under the Hot Shop tab. So now we're getting closer to dipping the glass into the mold. So he'll blow into the end of the rod and he'll cap that pipe. He'll know when it's time to come out after he can no longer add any more air into the end of the rod. And then when he comes out, he'll have a piece. So now they'll shape the bottom up a bit, and then they'll transfer this piece off of this rod to clean up the opposite side. He'll put a little water on the surface of the glass, thermal shock will set in, and when he taps the pipe, it'll release the piece from the initial rod they started on. This will allow them to clean up the opposite side. So they'll dip into the mold again, and then they'll attach the second piece they dipped into the mold on top of there, and then they have another piece that's resting. It's being held at a steady temperature in this oven right here to our left. It's called a garage. It's similar to the pieces that are already being created right now, and they'll stack all three of them up. All right, now we'll start to slowly connect the three pieces together. Rafi Ajl and his team will be here through Friday working with the Hot Shop team. And if you can't make it back to see what else they're making, you can always live stream the process. We live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. They can only stay out of that reheating chamber for so long while they're working, so that's why they have to go back in, give the piece a flash, and then come back out and manipulate the shape. That reheating chamber in front of the bench rests at about 2,300 degrees during the process. So now they'll prepare to take it off the pipe and place it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And then tomorrow they'll be back at 10 to do it all again. So cinch the area. As he cinches the area, this will help prepare to remove the piece from the rod they're attached to. All right, he'll put a little water on the surface of the glass and thermal shock will set in. Once thermal shock sets in, he'll tap the pipe. And let's give Rafi Ajl, the Hot Shop team, and his team a big round of applause. Clap it up. It'll go into this chamber where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here in the Hot Shop today. I hope you have a wonderful evening. And that's it for the day, folks. Have a wonderful evening.